Hi there, is this live? Let me see. Let me check. Hi there. Yep. Okay, that's perfect. Hello, hi everyone. How's it going? I haven't been live in a long time, so I feel it's about time to build some pedals. I've been under the weather lately, so I might be coughing a bit on the stream or making strange noises. I hope you'll forgive me. And I just got my new PCBs. And I will be making a video out of this, but if you watch the stream, you'll be the first to know what it's gonna be about. So I have a bunch of PCBs here, and these are all from my new original pedal, which I like to call the electric fence. It's an overdrive pedal. It's based on the LM741 IC op amp. It has two pots, one for gain, one for volume. And it's a pretty simple pedal. It's nice, soft overdrive. And I'm gonna be building a bunch of these on this live stream. Like, I'm gonna go through like 3 or 4, maybe 5, depending on how fast I move through them. So I'm not gonna explain them too much. I'm just gonna show you a circuit that I have, and you're gonna have to excuse me because I have so many cameras all around my space and I can't really move freely. So it's gonna be a bit hard moving around, but you're just gonna have to bear with me. So here it is. Here's the circuit. Now This is based on the DoD 250 OverDrive preamp, which uses the same LM741 op amp. I just modified it a bit. I changed a few of the capacitor values, added a few more capacitors, and I guess that's most of the modding I've done, but I'm gonna feel free to call it an original pedal, just because it's my own PCB. I designed the PCB, I wrote the schematic for it, I drew up the schematic, I designed the PCB, and JLC PCB had it made for me, which is pretty nice. It's pretty small, so it can fit in most pedal cases, but what I am using lately are these 3D printed cases, for which I have the model down in the description. I'm not sure if they come with commercial license, so I'm not sure that I can actually sell the pedals like this, but I'm gonna build the pedals in 3D printed cases for now. If the original creator provides commercial license, I'm gonna be able to sell them as is. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to create my own design for these cases, but these look really nice. Like, I really like the design on them. Yep. Here the caps are also 3D printed, but for the new build, I'm gonna use some caps that I purchased from AliExpress. So yeah, let's just start working on it. Or do you want to see something else from the schematic? Hello, Carol Can. So this is the input stage. Here we have the gain stage. This is where the 9-volt power comes in. And here are the clipping diodes and the output stage with the volume pot. So I haven't built too many of these pedals, so I'm gonna have to try out a few different things, like for example in which side the potentiometer legs go. Like sometimes I wire them the other way around, so I have to resolder them. But other than that, I think it's gonna be pretty simple to build. It's a nice, clean, simple build. And I'm gonna try to use the least amount of wires that I can. Well, the least amount of lengths of wire, because in my previous builds I had some extra wires hanging around, which I don't want to see in the next build. So I think this is more of a practice run, so I can get a concept of how to actually build these pedals in the most convenient way possible. So here are the boards, and I have some extra cases, and I'm gonna be standing up a bunch during this live stream because I don't have all the components ready, just because I was in a rush to do this. I don't know why, but yeah, I'm gonna be standing up a bunch of times. If you want, I can change to this screen here where you can see me rummage through my stuff and try to pick all the parts that I need. I have a bunch of them here on the ground, but most of the others are somewhere back there, so I'm gonna have to stand up quite a few times to get all the parts that I need. So I'm gonna get rid of these pedals for now. I'm gonna move them to the side somewhere. And I have 2 of these boxes ready to go. In the meantime, I'm just gonna start a 3D print, which let me show you. So I'm missing a few 3D printed parts, which are these LED holders. I don't know if you can see it well, but this plastic part here, which houses the LEDs, which I currently don't have, but it's like a 15-minute print, so I can print a couple in 30 minutes while I'm working on the PCBs. So let me start the 3D print first. Bamboo handy. Devices, models, and after I print a couple of them, just so I can work on these 2 cases, I'm gonna start printing another case. So there might be only 2 or 3 pedals built on this live stream, which I don't think is that bad. So the first thing I need to do, okay, I started print. So the first thing I need to do is regarding the LED housing. These holes here are slightly smaller than the part I'm printing now, so I'm gonna have to enlarge them just a bit so I don't cut any wires later when everything is inside the casing. So I have this round file here, and what I usually do is just go around like that, and I'm gonna lower the microphone. Okay, I think that's good enough. Hello, Weaselbox. What's going on? So I've just been cleaning up these holes, which were a bit too small for the LED housing, which is currently printing on the 3D printer. And I'm gonna clean up here a bit. All this plastic residue, just get rid of it. Like so. Okay, perfect. Now we have 2 cases. And what else do we need? So let's start with just one of the PCBs. I have 2 batches of them. So I'm gonna build one of each batch. Like they're probably exactly the same. I just want to make sure they are. Yeah, so they were 2 separate orders. I just changed something in the labels, but other than that, they should be exactly the same. So here's a new batch. Let's try the first one. Okay, let's see the differences. Right, the only difference, I don't know if you can see it. This is the new one, this is the old one. The new one has OD added in the label here. The first one just says electric fans. The new one says electric fans OD, which means overdrive. I just added it, you know, just in case. Other than that, they are exactly the same. There's nothing changed. So let's see what we need. Some capacitors. Some more capacitors. This is an IC socket kit. We need some resistors. Some more resistors. And some more capacitors for now. Yeah, I made the PCBs. I designed them. Like, I found a circuit online. I built it by hand on another PCB, and I really liked it, so I modded it a bit, and then I decided to build my own PCB. So yeah, I'm gonna work on these. The pedals are most likely gonna be up for sale on my website at risk2innovates.com. I'm not sure of the exact pricing yet, but they're not gonna be too expensive. Yeah. Okay, let's see. First off, let's find all the resistors that we need. So we need 1 mega ohm resistors, which is this one here. Then we need 4.7K. And I think they're all somewhere in here because I used them recently. If they're not, they're in another batch somewhere, but they should be around here somewhere. Let me check. Some more components that we're gonna need are these 1N5819 diodes, one of each, and then these silicon switching diodes for clipping. Here are some 10K resistors, 330 ohms for the LED. This is 1K, 100K, and 4.7K. Okay. Okay, yeah. So we have most of the things we need here. I'm just gonna start populating the PCBs, and I'm gonna start with the 1 mega ohm resistors. So yeah, it's guitar pedals. I call the pedal electric fans because, you know, electric guitar, overdrive. If you get caught on the electric fans, you know, it's gonna be very metal. So yeah, it's not an actual electric fans. Okay, I haven't thought of it yet. So let's start with the 1 mega ohm resistors. I need a bunch of them, so I'm just gonna get them out of the box. And while I was talking, I heard the 3D printer just finish the first LED housing, so I'm gonna give it a few more minutes to cool down, and I'm gonna go and get it. One of the mistakes I did on this PCB, like, it's not really a mistake, but the labels and the placeholders for the resistors are too narrow and too big, so they take up more space than necessary. Like, I could have made it a bit smaller. You see how the resistor fits there? It has some extra legs on the sides sticking out, which they could be a bit shorter in my opinion. but never mind, it's all fine. So 1 mega ohm resistor is in. Let's go on with the second one. And I'm just gonna populate them here, and then I'm gonna solder everything in place. Like so. Okay, another 1 mega ohm resistor. There's a bunch of these in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mega ohm, 1 mega ohm resistors are needed in this build. Okay, that's perfect. 2 more. And I'm just checking the other board, which is not populated yet, because when I place the components inside, they hide the labels. So I have to kind of double check that I'm doing the right thing and not populating the wrong resistors in the wrong placements. So there's one more 1 mega ohm resistor inside. Okay, that's perfect. And then now I'm not sure if I'm gonna have enough LEDs on hand to build a bunch of pedals, but I think I have at least 2. I'm using 5mm LEDs, and I have hundreds of 3mm LEDs, but I don't have any 5mm LEDs for some reason. Like, I used all of them somewhere. I'm gonna also start populating the second board as well while I'm at it. Okay, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4 more 1 mega ohm resistors. There it is. 4. Oh, yeah, that sucks. Now I'm bleeding. Okay, perfect. Never mind. Not a big deal. Let's keep going with the 1 mega ohm resistors. There it is. And we'll do a sound test afterwards. I'm gonna have to move around a bit of the camera equipment, but I think it's gonna be worth it. Okay, 3. There's 4. And there's 5. Okay, the 2 boards look identical now. Okay, let's add the 10K resistors now. Or maybe let's do the 4.7K. These are labeled 4K7. Now I'm done with these 2 types of resistors, so I'm just gonna throw them somewhere to the side. And these go in here. Like so. Ta-da. Okay, now we need 2 10K resistors for each board. Where are the 10Ks? And I have exactly 4 in this batch, so that's perfect. and I have a bean basket, like a trash basket underneath my table, right between my legs, so I don't make too much mess. I just throw shit down there. Which makes it much easier for me to clean up. Otherwise, everything gets everywhere and it's not very pretty. Okay, one of the boards is done. Let's look at the other one with the 10K resistors. Okay. And another 10K goes here. Okay, now I have one more resistor to add and then we can continue with the diodes. But I labeled it 220 ohms just because this is the resistor that is used for the LED. But I don't have 220 ohms on hand, so I'm just gonna use a 330. It doesn't make that much of a difference, like only the brightness of the LED will change, but I've been testing with my other already built pedals and it's pretty bright, so it doesn't matter that much. And it might even make the LED's life longer. I'm not entirely sure on this, but I think that's how it works. Okay, so 220R, I'm placing 330 ohms instead. It doesn't really matter, as I said. And now we can continue with the diodes. I don't have any more resistors to place here, so I'm just gonna move all of the resistors out of the way because they're cluttering my desk. Okay, perfect. Let's see, what should we add? The diodes. Let's add the clipping diode first. We need 2 for each board. So that means we need 4. Okay, I'm gonna move the diodes out of the way as well. Maybe I should have just went and populated a few more boards than this. But never mind now while I'm at it. But not that big of a deal. Let's populate the diodes. And I'm gonna solder everything afterwards. We just have to make sure the diodes are placed in the right orientation. There are markings on the PCB right here. So we have to make sure this line lines up with the black side of the diode. Okay, perfect. Let's do the other one. These are 1N4148 fast switching diodes used for clipping, which is what makes the distortion sound, I suppose. Okay, this is what the boards look like so far. Now let's get some of these 1N5819. We're supposed to use 5817, which are a bit smaller and rated for lower voltage. I just couldn't find any, so I got these bigger ones. It really doesn't matter. Their voltage different, their voltage rating is different, so these ones work as well. If I find some of the other ones, I'll make sure to get them, but otherwise these ones work as well. Now I have this small batch of them which have pretty thin legs. The other ones have pretty thick legs and they barely fit in the PCB. They do fit, but they barely fit. So I'm just gonna use these ones now with the smaller legs, like while I have them, and when I use them up, I'm gonna have to use the other ones. No big deal. These ones have the same marking as well. This is a diode, so we have to make sure it goes in the right way. Okay, one is in. Let's add the other one. Make sure it's in the right orientation. And there we have it. Now I think I'm gonna leave the board in this state and I'm gonna solder all of these components, and then afterwards I'm gonna add all the capacitors and the IC socket for the LM741. I think this is good enough. In the meantime, I'm gonna go get the LED housing from the printer, and I'm gonna start another print so it can print 2 housings for the 2 cases that I currently have. Here it is. Just a tiny piece of plastic which is used to house the LED. Okay, there's some brim there. Let's see if it fits. It's supposed to be tight. Maybe just a bit more. Over there. It's supposed to be a snug fit. And I also use some hot glue. Yeah, okay. I think it will fit now. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna put it all the way through. I'm just gonna test it on the other one as well. Let's see if it fits here. Yeah, there it is. And that's what it looks like. And the LED goes in from this side. This is the one without the housing. This is the one with the housing. Okay, that's all good. Let's just start another print. just so I can have two of them. Okay, start print. There it is. I forgot to turn on my soldering iron, so we're gonna have to wait a while. Okay, the printer has started. Okay, now it's gonna get a bit noisier. I also have to turn on my homemade fume extractor, and I'm gonna move the microphone somewhere closer to me just so it doesn't blow directly in it. You know, the fume extractor. And let's start soldering. I think it's ready. I think it's already hot. Let's check. Let's move these out of the way for the time being. Let's see. Okay, let's solder. There it is. And the soldering iron. I'm just gonna clean the tip a bit before we start. There. Okay. And here I have some flux. Okay. So I'm gonna start by soldering all the points I can see clearly. Then I'm gonna cut off the excess legs, and then I'm gonna solder the rest. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. Let's see. Is it hot enough? Yep. And the solder pads are very tiny, very small, so there's no need to add too much solder or too much heat. They heat up instantly. There. Yeah, sometimes this happens where I solder a leg of another component to a leg of another component. Yeah, so it's all good. It's all good. Okay, perfect. And let's do this one. Right there. Oops. Okay, all good on that one. Let's do the other one, and then I'm gonna cut off the extra legs. Perfect. There. There. Okay, let's come from the other side. So. Okay, I think that's almost enough. Let's just do these two here. Just making sure there are no cold spots, cold solders. Ah, I need my clippers. And while I'm at it, I got a few more tools that I'm gonna need, most likely, very soon. We said we're done with the diodes, so I'm just gonna move them somewhere else. Okay, now let's cut off some legs. It is usually recommended to wear eye protection when doing this. Because some of these legs, especially the harder ones like this one, can fly away and they might hit you in your eyes. And then you're gonna have a problem. Okay, let's see a few more. This one. And this one. Okay, great. Now I'll just move some of them like aside so I can solder them easily, because they're all lining up one on top of the other. Like so, and then this one can go there. And I think most of them are clean to solder, so this one can move to the side. That's fine. Let's cut off the other legs from the other board. And looks like the other LED housing has finished printing. I'm hearing the printer stop, so I'm gonna let it cool down for a few minutes. And then I'm gonna start printing another case, another pedal case. but I think my filament is also running out, so I'm gonna have to mind it to watch it and see that it doesn't run out completely, so I can change it. Okay, I think that's good enough. I'm gonna come back to it a few more times and move around some legs and then solder again. So there's the diode. Let's see what else is clear here. Okay, that's good. That's good as well. And this one here. And if I move this to the side, I'm gonna have enough clearance to solder this one as well. Okay, that's perfect. For anyone else just joining, I'm building my own guitar pedals. These are called the electric fence, or just electric fence, which is an overdrive pedal. I designed my PCBs, and these pedals are housed in a 3D printed housing. Wow, so futuristic. Okay, so I'm building two pedals currently, which are both the same. And these pedals are going to be up for sale on my website. If you want to get one, maybe you want to get a kit, let me know. I can send you all the components, and then you can build it yourself. Or you can look at the schematic, build it on your own PCB, or order your own PCBs from JLC PCB, or make them at home. So all of these are options. They're still not available. So this is for my new YouTube video, which is coming out in a few days. Hi, Daniel, George. The Arduino Pro Micro, yeah, that's my main controller of choice, just because it has USB HID functionalities and it's very small, and I've gotten accustomed to using it. Like, I tried a few more Arduinos before finding the Pro Micro. It's cheaper than a Teensy. I think the Raspberry Pi Pico is a bit cumbersome, like its size is quite big, and I can do almost anything with the Pro Micro. It's not as fast as a Teensy, but I've never built a project where it couldn't manage what I've tried to do. I think that's the only reason. Other than that, I'm not sure. I don't think there's another reason, to be honest. Like, that's what I've started using, and that's what I kept on using. And it's mostly the USB HID functionality, because I can make MIDI controllers and things that interface with the computer without any extra components. That's why I picked the Pro Micro, I suppose. Well, thanks for tuning in anyway. I'm building a guitar pedal currently. It's an OverDrive, which I decided to call Electric Fence. And there was some person... the Pro Mini doesn't have a USB connector. I think that's the reason I haven't used a Pro Mini. Like, when I started learning Arduino, I didn't really know how it would connect to the computer, so I never got it. That's my take on the Pro Mini. I guess it's the same microcontroller inside. Yeah, sure. I'm probably gonna forget uh, uh, checking myself because currently I'm live streaming building a pedal. But if you decide to build something, just send me an email. I'm checking my emails every day, and I'll be sure to watch it. I'm not that busy usually lately. Have you tried building any of the projects from my videos? Is that something you find you may need? Okay, so there's all the resistors and the diodes soldered. Now you will have to excuse me. I suppose the stream is a bit blurry or out of focus, but I'm using ordinary webcams to film, to present this live stream. So that's as high as I can get the quality. I'm not sure how to stream, or even if I want to stream with my mirrorless camera. I'm probably gonna damage it with something flying towards it, so I'd rather not do that for now. Okay, so now we need two deep 8 IC sockets for the ALM 741 op amps. There's one and one more. There's two. Okay, I'm gonna run out of these pretty soon, I suppose, but excuse me, I can always cut up some of the other ones. I'm trying to make a MIDI controller with 4 sliders. Yeah. Make sure you follow the schematic, or make sure you create some sort of a schematic. It doesn't have to be an actual schematic. You can just draw the components and draw lines to them just to see where everything goes and how it connects. And try to, if you don't want to write it, at least have a mental picture of how everything connects together, and I think you're gonna be fine. I mentioned the mental picture because sometimes I get lazy and I don't create a schematic and I just go on and solder things. It usually works out fine, but sometimes I do tend to make a mess and then I can't really figure out what went wrong because I didn't have a plan to begin with. I just started building. And so that can be a mess sometimes, but I think you're gonna be fine. Okay, so we have one of the sockets soldered, and there's a notch on these ones, and this shows the side you're supposed to place the op amp in. Like it shows the direction it should go in. So there's this notch here at the top. Speaking of which, I have to figure out where I've placed my op amps. Um, I think it's in some of the Gridfinity bins, but I'm gonna have to check. Okay, let's add the other one. I like to bend the legs just a tiny bit so it stays in the PCB. And then I solder one of the legs and then I push it in with the solder like that. And then I'm sure it will stay fixed. Okay. And I guess I'm gonna have to do a quick shout out to my friend Mario from Delta LED Style who provided these fans for me so I can build my fume extractor and not breathe in all of this solar fumes. So thank you for that. Really appreciate it. There, we have the two op amps in. Now we have to add some capacitors. Now for the capacitors, I'm gonna have to use 68 picofarads. There it is. So I need to use two of these per, well, one of these per board. So I need two of them. There's one, there's two. I'm gonna solder these first, because they tend to move around and they don't like really sticking inside the PCB, so I'm just gonna solder these first. They're very tiny as well. There, that was extremely simple. And then the other one. And I always tend to make sure that the markings or the letters are pointing to the front so I can see them. Just design choice of mine. I don't think that's necessary, or I don't even know what the the convention is on that, but that's how I like to do it. There. Now I can go ahead and cut off these excess legs like so. There. Now we need some film capacitors, I think. I don't know if these are film capacitors, but I used to use ceramic ones. Then I got these ones, which look a bit better. They're easier to work with. So let's see what we need. 47 nanofarad. 47 nanofarad. 473. Third row, second column. 473. Okay, so I need two of these. 473. That's fine. I'm just gonna place the other ones here to the side while I solder these. 47. And I want to make sure the letters on the top are pointing the right direction, are pointed in the right direction. So there it is. I'm just gonna quickly solder this. Just one of the legs, and then I try to position it so it sits upright. Okay, I think that's good enough. Okay, perfect. Let's do the other one, and then I'm gonna cut off the legs. Again, make sure the marking is on the right side. Like, these are not polarized, so it doesn't matter which way you put them in. I just like to have them all in the same orientation. And now just position it a bit more upright, like so. And that's good enough. Making sure there's no cold joints there, but otherwise it's all good. Cut off the extra legs. And now let's move on to the other capacitors. So now we need 1 nanofarad, and we need 2 per board. So the 1 nanofarad, it's this one, and I'm running out of 1 nanofarad capacitors in this form factor. I have ceramic ones, I think, and maybe even electrolytic ones. Yeah, I have probably a bunch of electrolytic ones, but as soon as I run out of these, I'm gonna switch them and use the other ones. So these are marked 102, and they go in here. 102, 102. Okay, let's solder these. Now again, I just like to add a touch of solder to one of the legs. And then I position them by hand, and then I solder the other leg. I think these are fine. Yeah, they're pretty good. Clean the tip a bit because I'm sensing it's not heating up properly anymore. And let's just cut off the excess legs. So there we have it. Now a few more capacitors and we're ready to solder wires and start building out the pedals. Now let's do the other one. So it's already been an hour and I'm almost done with the PCBs. This usually goes a bit faster. Like I think I can build one in maybe 20 minutes. I think so. Like just the PCB, not the entire pedal. But it's not really a game of speed. I just like doing it. I like building it. I don't really care how much time it takes at this point. Okay, cut off these legs. And perfect. We have two almost identical boards. Where do you get the schematics for the pedals? So I've found a few sources online which are like extremely large libraries with schematics, so you're not sure what you're gonna find there. There are schematics, there are lots of schematics, but you can't be sure that they are any good. unless you try them. So what I did was I went through a bunch of them, and the pedals that I liked, most of them didn't have markings for the types of components that are needed. For example, it would show that you need 5 capacitors, but it wouldn't show their values. So I just looked around a bit more and I found this this schematic that I'm currently using, which had all of the component names and types and values. And so I decided to build it. I took a piece of perforated board and I did it all by hand. I had a few problems, like it was buzzing, it was making some strange noises and things like that. So I just played around with different capacitor values, different resistor values, different components. Like the first pedal that I built actually used a transistor, and I had 10 different types or values of transistors. So I built it as the original schematic showed, but then it was the distortion was too low on it, so I didn't like it. So I took another perforated board and I made it like a workstation. So I placed pin headers where the transistors would need to go. So instead of soldering the transistor inside, I could just take it out and switch it with a different one. And that's how I found and made the simple, like a boost pedal or booster pedal. The metal case, the metal pedal that I showed in the beginning is using that circuit that I built. So for this one, I did the same thing. I found the schematic, I played around with it, made a few changes, and then decided it was good enough for me. So I designed this PCB, had it manufactured by JLC PCB, and now it's very simple. Like previously I had to do the soldering manually, each component to each component, then it wouldn't fit in the case and it was very complicated. And I couldn't really debug my issues, my problems, because it was all one giant mess. But now it's very simple. I know where all the connections go and I just place the right components in the right holes and that's it. Now, the final capacitor. When is it a good idea to go for a manufacturer? You mean manufacturer of PCBs or a complete manufacturer that will build your pedals? Let's suppose you're talking about the PCBs. I'd say go for it right away. Just maybe build like for a few months, start building only when you're about to make many PCBs. Since I started building PCBs, I think it's better to use PCBs anyway. Like if it's a small project, if it's like 5 buttons, 10 buttons, like do it hand wired. It's not worth the wait. It's not worth waiting for the PCBs. It's not worth spending time designing a PCB, then designing an enclosure around it. If it's just for a simple project for yourself and it's again simple, just go ahead and hand wire it. If you have any plans of making a few of them, like let's say 2, 3, 5, 10, giving them out to your friends or selling them online or anything like that, it's probably better to build a PCB. You're gonna get the knowledge, you're gonna get the experience, you're gonna make some mistakes and then fix them and then order them again. But I think PCBs are always easier to work with. You have everything on the PCB, you just lay out the components, and if the PCB is fine, everything is gonna be fine. Most likely, like, you know, there are exceptions, but it's easier to build on a PCB. Okay, let's add 10 nanofarad capacitors, and then we can move on to the electrolytic ones, and the two PCBs are gonna be fine. So let's make sure the numbers are in the correct orientation, like so, like so. When did you take interest in DIY electronics? I think when I was a kid. Oh, the soldering iron shut down. I think when I was a kid, like I was watching YouTube videos when I was in 6th and 7th grade, maybe. I don't know how old I was then, maybe 12, 13. And I was watching this person called Kip K, and he was collaborating with Make magazine back in the day. And he was building all of these cool projects, weekend projects they call them, and I think there were things like, you know, potato guns and I don't know, I don't remember everything, but I remember that I was waiting for those episodes to come out, and I don't think we had the components in my country back at the time, and I think that's what basically limited me to start trying out working with electronics then. And then many years later, when I was still in college, in university, like any other software engineer, I came across the Raspberry Pi. And I finally got one. And I decided to see how the GPIO pins work. I had no idea what they were or how they worked or anything like that. So I bought a few LEDs, I bought a piece of perf board, and I decided to build a traffic light with some LEDs. I called it a traffic light because I had three LEDs all in the right colors for it to be a traffic light. And that's how I started. Then, you know, I learned what LEDs are, I learned what resistors are, and I kind of put it on hold for a while until I discovered mechanical keyboards, you know, as hobbyists do, where they build their own keyboards. I wanted to build my own keyboard, but I wanted it to be like a custom controller. I didn't want the actual whole keyboard. It was not that interesting to me, but making it entirely custom really piqued my interest. And that's when I found Zach Friedman's video about how to build a custom video editing deck. I watched the video, it really inspired me, and I decided to order some parts from AliExpress, like the Arduino Pro Micro. Now he changed the video title to How to Finish Your Weekend Projects in One Weekend. Something like that. So that's how I got really inspired this last time. And that was a few years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And since then I started building controllers, I got a 3D printer, I learned how to 3D model, I then learned how to create schematics, PCBs, and everything just, you know, fell into its place. And regarding guitar pedals, I've wanted to learn how to play guitar. I used to play keyboards, I had a few bands back in the day. Then I stopped playing and I suddenly wanted to learn how to play the guitar. I didn't have any guitar pedals, I didn't know how to pick any guitar pedals, and I didn't want to you know, buy stuff and then just figure out I don't really like them afterwards, because with guitar pedals I really had no idea what to look for. And so I just decided I'm gonna build my own. If I like them, I like them. If I don't like them, I'm just gonna build a different one. And that was the reason behind it. I might do a hot take now, but yeah, I'll just say it. Like I do think that nowadays maybe owning like a Helix or the Neural DSP processor, what was the name of it? I've watched a tons of videos on it. I just don't know why I can't remember it now. Never mind. I think those kinds of tools are easier to work with, easier to manage, and you can do lots of things with just one device, as opposed to having tens of pedals, trying to figure out how to position them in the effects chain and figuring out whether you like the tone. I think the digital synthesization of sound can go the longer distance in this case. I'm not sure. I haven't even played the tube amp yet, so I don't know what I'm talking about. You don't really have to listen to me, but in my opinion, coming from the digital world to this analog world, it just makes more sense to you know, own one of those processor units. And but this is more interesting, definitely, to tinker with, to build. This is way more interesting to me at this point. Now let's see. 4.7 microfarad. 4.7 microfarad. Okay, let's add them first. And these ones are polarized, so you have to be careful in which orientation you place them in. It's all marked on the PCB. It's very simple to read. You just have to be careful not to make a mistake there. Then we need 47 microfarad, and I'm gonna use these 16 volt ones because they are smaller and the voltage rating doesn't really matter in this case because we're using 9 volts for the pedal power supply, so it's not that big of a deal. Like 16 volts are definitely way more than enough. Now all of these are polarized, so again, make sure they go in the right orientation. And let's quickly solder them. If you're new to the stream, I'm building my own guitar pedals. This is a circuit I built into a PCB. Like, the circuit is not mine per se, I just found it and modded it to my liking. It's an OverDrive pedal, which we're gonna hear a bit later when it's finished. And it's called Electric Fence, with my own custom PCBs. So that's what I'm doing here. Okay, we can cut off these excess legs. And we have two more capacitors to add, which are the 10 microfarad and 100 microfarad. So for the 10 microfarad, I have ones rated 25 volts, but I also have other ones that are rated, I think, lower, but I'm just gonna use these ones. 10 microfarad, so I need two of them, and then I need 100 microfarad, two of them as well. Let's see if I have some smaller. No, that's it. Okay, and we're done with the capacitors as well. Just add these two, and that's been an hour and 20 minutes for 2 PCBs. What are some of your other interests other than music, electronics, software, and content creation? Is that really not enough? Excuse me. Okay, you got me there. Okay, sorry about that. I'm a bit under the weather these days, and that comment really got me. Yeah, that's usually the case. I have lots of interests. Lately, I've been going to the gym a lot. I used to like riding mountain bikes. Now I'm not sure I can take the adrenaline the way I could back in the day. And I don't know what else. Like I like building pedals, I like filming, I like taking pictures. I like 3D printing and modeling sometimes it's very annoying. And just building custom stuff. I don't know. I just feel like doing something, and I usually go and do it unless I'm feeling lazy at that time. So sometimes that happens too. Let's read them again. Other interests in music, electronics, software, and content creation. I think that pretty much sums it up for now. I like also generating, business ideas, more startup like. But I really don't have the time to act on them. Like I have planned like a bunch of things to start, but I never really had the time, nor did I had, the right motivation to do them. I didn't really see myself in the ideas that I've thought about. Okay. Oh shoot. Okay, my max battery is really low, so I'm gonna have to go and get the charger, and I'll take a small break because I've been here for an hour and a half and I need some hot tea for my throat. But here are the boards. We have all the components inside except the LM741. I'm gonna look for that as well. And the rest of the things that we need to do is solder some wires which will connect to the 9 volt, to the ground, the input of the circuit, the output of the circuit is gonna go through this volume pot, and there's the LED pin and the 500K pot as well. So I'm just gonna take a short break, make myself some hot tea and get the max battery. I'm gonna put you on hold in here, like we're taking a break. I don't have any background music this time because last time I used some YouTube no copyright music and I still got a copyright. Yeah, so we're just taking a short break. I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you for tuning in. See you very, very soon. Okay, I'm back. I got my hot tea here. As I mentioned, I'm a bit under the weather lately. And let me know if you can hear me well. That's like my main point of concern. Other than that, I gathered most of the parts. I'm building my own guitar pedals with 3D printed cases. This one is called the Electric Fence, or just Electric Fence. It's an OverDrive. I just finished building the PCB, so I built 2 of them. If you're just tuning in, oh, thank you. And I got the rest of the parts that we're gonna need. So here are some foot switches in a Gridfinity container, which I designed myself, which I'm very proud of. I have 2 of these containers. The other one is currently empty, and these are all the foot switches I have left. So I'm gonna have to order some very soon. There's my tea. Chamomile tea with honey. I'm just gonna place it over there. And here are the cases. One of them has this LED housing installed. That is where the LED goes. And the other LED housing just finished printing. Well, it finished printing a while ago. The Gridfinity container is just to hold the foot switch. Yeah, this is just for organization purposes. I can't really show you my collection of Gridfinity containers at the moment because it's off to that wall right behind me, and the camera won't reach there. I'll just insert it here, the LED housing, into the other container. It's a snug fit, like so. Nothing is broken. Okay, let me turn the camera around and maybe I'll be able to show you. Okay, there's my guitars. There's another one, my guitars. There are the Gridfinity containers. All of these here. All of those there. And they're at the top. So this one just goes in here, so. And I can just grab it and take it with me when I need it. Now let me position the camera again. Similar to what it previously was. Okay, so again, this is a Gridfinity container as well. This contains the LM741 chips. These small guys here, so I need 2 of them for these 2 PCBs. And I have 4 of them left. So I'm gonna have to order some of those as well. Let's add them to the PCB. So these ones have orientation. They have little notches to show you which way they go in. So if you can see that notch there at the top, I'm sorry if this isn't focusing as well as I'd like it to focus, but these are just normal webcams. And I have a bunch of other shots as well. Oh, not anymore. No, I don't. Okay, never mind. So we just insert these like so in the sockets, making sure the notch is at the top. and there it is. Simply place it in there like so, and that's it. And now for the other one. Now, I just thought of something which might be a problem. For the volume knob, for the volume potentiometer, I'm supposed to use a 100K logarithmic pot, or an audio pot as they call them. But I might only have one available, so I'm gonna check and see from my other builds if I can salvage one from the not finished pedals section. If not, I'm just gonna have to build just the one pedal, but I think I might be able to find one extra. So there, this one didn't go in correctly, so I'm gonna have to pull it out. Let's see what went wrong. So what you can do is just press them on the table like this until the legs bend, because this way they will all bend together. Otherwise one bends a bit more than the others, and then it doesn't go into its correct slot. Let me check if everything is lined up. Yes, it is. I think so. Yep. Okay. There we have it. There's the other one. A logarithmic potentiometer is a potentiometer that as you turn it, it moves logarithmically. As with a linear pot, it moves linearly, like as much as you turn it, it just goes in a straight line. The logarithmic one goes like a logarithmic pot. And they call them audio pots. Okay, I'm just gonna move all of these unnecessary components to the side here. And let's see, I need a 500K pot for the gain. This is a normal linear potentiometer. So there's one, there's two for the two pedals. And then I need some of these extra parts. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. We're all set on that end. Now let me search quickly for the other pot. Here is my big box of pots. These are mostly 10K pots, which I use with my Arduino builds. They are the easiest to work with, they are the easiest to find. So this one here is an A100K pot, but this is an old salvaged one. I'm gonna try to find if I have any new ones, because I'm not sure what state it is in. It might be a bit old or rusty or something like that. My tea is gone cold, I'm wondering why. I have another big box of components. So these ones are all unsorted, which means these are unfinished projects. So let's see, I have an extra foot switch in here. This is my development board, which I told you about previously. And I have these pin headers in here in which you can place a transistor. And so what I did here was I left it like this so I can switch out different types of transistors so I can check how they work. This one is a complete circuit with a transistor, and this one has the BC547 transistor inside. This one is an A100K pot, which I'm gonna salvage from here. And let me see if I have another one which is a bit better than that. This is a 10K pot with, I can't see the markings on this. Oh, this is a 2N2222 transistor, which I think I'm just gonna throw this out because it's not really worth keeping it. I can just rebuild it at any point. Let's see, another one. B10K. Okay, so looks like this is the only where did it go? Oh. Okay, so looks like this is the only A100K potentiometer that I can salvage. And then I'm gonna have to use this other one, which I hope it works. I think it works. Okay, let's turn on the soldering station again. I'll just move these out of the way. And we have everything we need here for now. Let's see, now this is the most stressful part because it's a bit hard to work in such small spaces as these container boxes. Sorry about that. We'll wait for the soldering station to heat up. And here are some other components that we're gonna need. And these are DC jacks for power. And audio jacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I can just get rid of this box altogether. Let's see, we need 2 DC jacks. 1, 2, okay. Move that to the side. And let's see, first off, I'm just gonna break these pieces of metal that are on the pots on the side that's sticking out. I'm just gonna use the pliers and just break them off like so. There's 1, there's two. Let's just desolder this one. There we have them. I don't need that. We need these. Now let's see. I'll first add the DC jack because it has to go inside first, and then we can solder wires. Or I could have soldered wires, but then I think it's easier to solder them on the PCB. Like so far I've been soldering them to the components and then to the PCB, but if I solder them to the PCB first, I can then cut them to size, depending on where the PCB is positioned inside the enclosure. So let's add the other one, the other jack, and screw it in place. I try to position the hole here on the top. Now, regarding power supply, I have some cheap 9-volt adapters which have the positive terminal in the middle and the ground or the negative on the outside. But I found out that normal guitar pedals power supplies have it the other way around. So the positive is on the outside and the negative is in the middle, but I have to wire them in the other way because that's the type of power supply I currently have. I won't be able to do it the other way around. So next what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add the input jacks. Oh, and I didn't see about the LEDs, so I have to check and see what I have on hand. So there's one jack. Maybe I'll have to turn it the other way around. I'll see how the PCB is positioned afterwards. And there's the other one. I'm not gonna tighten them too much because I have to move them around when soldering. And the LEDs, I'm gonna leave the LED last, or next to last, or something like that. Now for the potentiometers, I'm gonna have to thin the leads, and I have some flux here with my brush, with my paintbrush. I'm just gonna apply it everywhere. And then I think I'm gonna bend the legs of the potentiometers upwards so I can mount them to the enclosure and then solder the wires to them. Oops, didn't turn on my fume extractor. Okay, so some of these have some solder on them, but let's do this. It's better to refresh the solder, I think. Okay, so two are good. There's the third one. Okay. There it is. Now, what should we do about the PCB? Should I place it in here? No, it's not gonna fit. Yeah, I've tried it. So the easiest way to do it is to mount it to the side with a bit of hot glue and let it stay there, like maybe around here. That's what I've done with the rest of them. So I think that's what I'm gonna do, but a bit later. I forgot. Let's add the other two jacks, and then I'm gonna add the potentiometers. So like so, I'm not gonna tighten them too much because I'm gonna have to turn them around later when soldering. And this one goes in this direction. Like so. Okay, let's add the pots. Oh, I'm just gonna bend the legs upwards like so, so I can solder afterwards to them. And I want the volume pot to go on the right side. Okay, I'm gonna tighten that more later as well. Bend the legs upwards. B500K goes in here. Same thing, not too tight. Okay. Now for the other one. I need some more nuts and washers. Okay, 2 washers, 2 nuts. Okay. There, so we're prepping the enclosure. Excuse me. Before we start soldering, we set the A100K. I want it to go on the right. Ah. I think this is gonna break before I get to bend legs. This is the old reused one. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Okay. I'm not sure if it's actually gonna work though. We'll see. So this one goes on the right, which is actually on the left from the other side. Like so. How long was the print time for these cases? I think about an hour or so, hour and 20 minutes. I'm printing on a Bamboo P1S, so it's a very fast printer, as opposed to my Ender 3 V2, which I used to print on, which took many hours, sometimes many days to print simple models. So now I just learned something new. It's better to bend the legs of the potentiometer and then thin them, because there's going to be a lot of solder stuck to the legs and then you're not going to be able to bend them. So that's something I learned today. Okay, that's perfect. Yes, I would definitely recommend the Bamboo Up A1. I haven't used it, but from what I see, it's just a P1S with a smaller print bed, I think. No, that's the A1 Mini. I think it's a good printer overall. It's a very good printer. You get the Bamboo Up quality for the price of a cheaper printer, but it's definitely worth getting a Bamboo Up printer. Now, these are the cases or the enclosures with some of the components inside. Okay, now let's figure out how to do it. I have some wires, if I manage to find them. Oh, there they are. And I'm just gonna cut lengths of them, like random lengths, and I'm gonna figure out which goes where. Why is the case recessed on the right bottom? Oh, so I found this model online. Like, this is not something I designed, but it looks pretty cool to have it cut out like that, because normal pedal cases, they come as a square box. And you know, it's very typical, very ordinary. Now this one, it has this part here, and then if you look at the potentiometers, it's got like sort of eyes. It's got those circles in there. So it looks kind of cool. To me at least. Okay, so I'm just gonna solder these two wires to the ground pin on the PCBs. And to do this, I'm gonna have to use my helping hands here. I'm just gonna stuck the board in there and solder one of the wires. Like so. And then I'm gonna get the other one and place it inside as well. Okay. That's pretty good, I think. Let me just cut off the excess. Oops. Okay. Now, this ground wire is gonna connect to this pin here on the PCB, on the DC jack, which is gonna have to be pretty short. But also, I'm gonna need some wires to go to the pots as well. So let's see. Volume A and volume B in the PCB, they connect to the two outer pins on the volume potentiometer. The middle potentiometer is the actual output of the circuit. So that means it's gonna connect to the foot switch. Now, when I'm talking about the foot switch, it's best we start preparing them, because there's a few things we need to do before we can place them in the box. I'm just gonna get two of them right away. And the first thing I need to do is connect the top two pins in the first row, so column 1 and column 2. So these two pins, I have to connect them together with a small piece of wire. So that's the first thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get a piece of wire, cut it in two, trim it on the ends. Next, get the other piece of wire, trim it on the ends, and take some wax, apply it to both pads, to both pins there. And I'm using flux here mostly because it's very sticky, so when I place the piece of wire in one of the pins, it's gonna hold it. It usually holds it like that because of the stickiness. And I'm just gonna solder it there. Now, as soon as I have some solder on there, I can just position it with my hand just so it doesn't fall out. And I'm gonna do the other one next, so the first one has some time to cool down because it's a short, really small piece of wire which gets very hot very soon. And I have my soldering station set to 300 degrees Celsius. And usually when working with components of this size, we're probably not supposed to set it that high, but I do because it's a bit faster for me to work with this temperature. It melts the solder faster and everything else heats up faster as well. So here's the first one. There we have it. We have the two first pins connected together. There, and there's the other one. There we have two of them. Now, the next thing we need to do, so here's how I connect the switch. The first two are soldered together. The next pin here, this one, I don't solder anything to it, to the last one on the right. Let me get something thinner to point with. So this pin here goes to the input jack of the enclosure, directly to the input jack. So this is going to be our true bypass. This is the input jack, this is the output jack. The bottom one on the left is connected to the input of the circuit. So there's an input pin on the circuit right over there. So this one connects directly to the input pin of the circuit. The second one connects to the output of the circuit. In our case, in this case, the output of the circuit is the middle wiper or the middle pin of the volume potentiometer. That's the output of the circuit. The gauge of the wire, I think it's 24 AWG. It's very flimsy. I called it elastic wire in one of my videos, and someone asked how could wire be elastic. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna solder two pieces of wire to these middle two pins, which will go to the input and output jacks, and later I'm gonna cut them down to size and solder them there to the jacks. But I didn't tell you about the last two pins. This one goes to 9-volt input, and I usually connect it directly to the DC jack. Maybe I should have left a pin from the 9-volt after the diode, which regulates the direction of the voltage from the 9-volt rail. Maybe I should have left a pin after the diode, which will connect to the 9 volts here, but it doesn't really matter, and I can always solder directly to the diode here, but I don't think it really matters that much, so I can solder directly on the DC jack for that. So this is the longest piece of wire that we're gonna have to use, and that's from the bottom pin here to the 9-volt plus from the DC jack. Okay, let's see what else to do. I'm gonna solder two red wires to the PCB on the plus 9 volts pin, and for that I used to have red wire like this, but I think I might have used all of it. Yeah, so in this case I'm just gonna use these. These are pre-made, pre-cut, pre-tinned pieces of wire that I got a few years ago, and now they're coming to their end. Let's see, now this one here looks like from the batch of the 24 AWG wire that I mentioned previously, so I'm just going to use this one on one of the PCBs. And you can see how quickly my desk or my workbench gets cluttered. I get a couple of components out and it's looking messy as hell. Okay, so let's solder this one first. So this is the 9-volt wire that will connect to the DC jack. That's perfect. Now let's do the other one. For the other one, I have another short piece of wire, which I think is gonna be more than enough. I hope it's gonna be more than enough to reach the DC jack. I think it's enough. Yeah, I can always desolder it and add a different piece of wire if necessary. Okay, now I'm gonna solder more pieces of wire. That's gonna go in the other pins here for the input. The three wires for the 500k potentiometer, the two volume A and volume B of the volume pot, and the LED wire. So I'm just gonna go ahead and solder all of these to the PCB, and then later I'm just gonna cut them to size and solder them to wherever they need to be soldered. So like something like that. Make sure I don't snip a component. Okay. Now let's do another one. That was the input. Let's do these ones. I think I'm just gonna use black wire for the pot, and let's see how they position inside. So if the PCB goes here, somewhere around here, right? The positive goes there, the negative goes there, which I'm gonna trim. And then I need wires from here, from the 500k to the 500k. So it's best I solder them from underneath, right? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Let me just measure from the farthest point with a little extra to here. So I'm just gonna do 3 pieces like this long. And while I'm at it, I can do 6 pieces for the other PCB as well. And I'm sure these are gonna be longer than necessary in any case. But I'm gonna trim them later, so it's not a big deal. Okay. How many do we have? 5. One more. I guess I can always cut extra for the other ones, but I'll do those later. For the LED and the volume pot. But they're probably gonna have to be much shorter than these. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. So we said we're gonna solder these ones from the bottom side, from the top side to the bottom. And what I did was I just did the same thing. So like this, they're gonna go from the bottom. Okay, there's one. I'll try to add all of them and solder them all at once if it's possible. Or I'll just do 2 at a time. I'll do 2 at a time. Oh, my soldering station just started cooling down. It's been 2 hours and 24 minutes of building 2 guitar pedals. I've been talking a lot and explaining a lot of the things that I do, so I think actually building these pedals will take much less time if I were to focus on just doing it instead of explaining. So I don't think it's very bad. Like 2.5 hours is pretty good. I'm gonna have to wait for my soldering station to heat up again, and in the meantime I'm gonna start another print for one of these cases, so it's gonna get a bit louder in here. But yeah, let's take a short break, 5 to 10 minutes. I'll prepare some more wires in the meantime and look for the LEDs to see if I actually have them on hand. And I'll see you back in 5 to 10 minutes. Sounds good? Ah, perfect. And we're back. Regarding the LEDs, I have two more yellow ones, which I'll have to test if they work. I'm not sure. But the yellow ones are fine because I used yellow on all my other pedals. I have hundreds of LEDs, like literally hundreds, but they're all the wrong size, like they're 3mm, and these are for my other Arduino projects, which is fine, but in this case I can't really use them. They're too small for the hole in the enclosure. But no worries, I have two left over, two yellow ones. I just hope they work. They're not burnt or anything. So let's see. I'll solder the wires. What happened? I'll solder the wires here to the PCBs, and afterwards I'm gonna add the LED to the enclosure because I have to hot glue it inside. There's one. There's two. I'll just cut off the extra legs, or the strands of wire rather. And again, these three wires are gonna go to the gain potentiometer. And sometimes I wire them the other way around. So when you turn it left, you're gonna get more gain instead of less gain. But if that happens, I'll just rewire it and it's all gonna be fine. Sorry about all the noises I'm making. I'm a bit under the weather these days. Still recovering from flu or whatever it was. And maybe I also need to turn the AC a bit on, because it's getting pretty chilly in here. Okay, that's good enough. We have the three wires for the gain potentiometer. Now let's do the same for the other board. And this time I'm actually gonna try to add all three at the same time. So there's one. There's two. And the third one. There it is. Perfect. I'll just hold it there and try to solder them like so. Okay. There, cleaning the tip and cutting off the excess. There we have it. Perfect. Now the final part is to add these volume A, volume B, and LED wires. So for that, I'm gonna do the same. Like I'm gonna cut a piece of wire for the LEDs, and I'm just gonna, you know, eye it, wing it, and then I'm gonna trim the excess afterwards. So let's just do that first. Let's solder the LED wire first. Like so. And the other one. There it is. Perfect. There. Let's see what we have so far. This is the completed board. I've added a wire for the input, a wire for the LED, which probably maybe I was supposed to add it the other way around, but now it's too late. 3 wires for the gain potentiometer, the plus and the minus for the DC jack, and I need 2 more wires for the volume A and B, for the A and B for the volume pot. Let's see how far is the volume pot. I'm gonna have to add them from the other side as well. So I'm gonna use the same black wire. Maybe I'll use a blue one this time. Yeah, I haven't used the blue one in a while. It's the same type of wire, it just has different color on the outside. So I need 2 of these per PCB, and then we'll have had all pins populated on the PCBs. Yep. Okay, there it is. Let's see, volume A and volume B. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get them wrong on the first try regarding their orientation or position, or which wire goes on which potentiometer pin, but that's not that big of an issue. So let's solder these two. And we have one PCB ready. And pretty soon we'll have the other one ready as well. In a minute. There it is. All the wires are here. I'm gonna trim them to length, to size as we go on. And let's do the other one, the final one. There it is. You know, this one. So for anyone just tuning in, I'm building my own guitar pedal. This is an OverDrive based on the DoD 250 OverDrive preamp with some modifications that I made. And I tried it out by hand. I hand wired it first. When I was happy with the sound and with how everything turned out, I designed my own PCBs, made the pedal into a PCB, and now I'm just building them out. And there we have it. Let's just trim the ends. And there it is. The two PCBs are finally ready. Now the rest. Oh wait, I forgot the input on the other one. They're not ready. I just saw that piece of wire there sticking out. Okay, let's do this one as well, so we can finally call it ready. Otherwise, it's not. Okay, let me try to see if I can hold it in like that. Oops. Okay, there it is. And now it's ready. Everything looks pretty normal to me. I suppose it's gonna work. The only problem we might encounter is with the old logarithmic pot that I used in this one. It should be fine, but you know. Now let's start adding everything into the enclosure. Let's see how this is gonna turn out. Let's see what else we need here. So I need to solder 2 more wires to the switches, just so I can connect them directly to the input and output jacks for the true bypass. So I'm just gonna add solder like flux everywhere to all the pins. Excuse me, just okay, sorry about that. Let's continue. So I was placing some flux on the pins of the switches. So I can solder some wires to them, and these ones are gonna go directly on the input and the output. And then I said I need a long wire that will go from the foot switch to the 9-volt DC jack. So first I'm just gonna solder the ones for the input and the output, and then we're gonna figure out the rest. So excuse me if you can't see what I'm doing, because I also can't see what I'm doing. But it is what it is. So these are the inputs and the outputs. I have them there just like that, and I'm gonna add some more solder. Oops. Like so. Now to the other one. Whoops again. Let's try to insert it in the hole. Okay, perfect. And the rest. So this one, the input, is supposed to go here. Don't you want to use helping hand for the switches? Well, the switches are too wide. The grip for the switch is too wide, so they won't really catch. And if I place it on the spinning part, it swivels around, so I can't really work on it. So I probably have to design some Gridfinity holder that will hold the switches while I work on them. But it's fine. It's pretty cool. It's pretty okay. So there's one, there's two, there's the second one. Just add a bit more solder. Like so. And these are all good. And now I need some wires for the 9 volts. For the 9 volts, I'm gonna use this blue wire because I'm out of red. And I'm just gonna cut like extra long pieces just so I have something to work with, and then I'm gonna trim them down to size later. Now the 9 volts goes here on this pin. There. Like so. And the other one goes in the same pin. There. Now let's see if I want to add the LED, the LED wire as well. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do it now. So one leg of the LED is gonna go to ground, obviously, and the other one is gonna go to the foot switch. So the one that's gonna go to ground, I'm gonna leave a length of wire. Oh, actually, no, we have the LED wire on the PCB. Sorry about that. So I just need wire from the PCB, from the foot switch to the LED, which is gonna be positive. So what I'm gonna do is solder these to the foot switch, and then after I mount the foot switch, I'm gonna solder the wire to the LED. So that's fine. Okay, this one goes in here. Now regarding the foot switches, I'm pretty new at this, so I'm not sure exactly how they work. I tried looking at a few schematics, but I was pretty bored at the time and I didn't take the time to learn how they work. So I just found a way to set them up to connect them, which works pretty good for me and for my needs. So I'm just sticking to it. As you can see, I already learned it by heart, so I don't have to look at a schematic or any data sheets. So I just know where everything goes. And this works pretty fine for me for the time being. Now I think we can mount the LEDs into the enclosure, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to see which is the positive and which is the negative leg. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn it so that, let's see, so that the positive leg is facing the foot switch. Okay, the positive leg is facing the foot switch, because that's where the positive goes and the negative goes into the PCB. So let's heat up the hot glue gun. It's gonna take like 10 seconds. And let's take the other pedal, and add the other LED inside. Now I might have lost the other LED because I can't see it anywhere. If you remember where I placed it, please let me know because I have no idea where it went. Do you see the LED anywhere? It's on the ground, isn't it? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, fine, it's all good. And we said we're gonna position the positive leg facing the foot switch. Okay, now let's apply some hot glue on the inside, like so, and just a touch of hot glue on the outside so it keeps the connector in place, but that connector is pretty snug in there, so it's not gonna go anywhere. Okay, that's good enough. Now let's do the other one. Make sure it's in the right orientation and apply some hot glue in the middle, like so, and just a touch on the outside, and that's it. We don't need the hot glue gun anymore. We're gonna wait for them to cool just a bit. And then we can mount the foot switches. Let's figure out the right position to do it. The right orientation. I think this is the way to do it properly. And what I do here is I just use this white plastic washer and tighten it like that. I don't use the rest of the metal things that came with the pedal. Let's tighten it up just a bit so it doesn't move around. Okay, perfect. Let's add the other one exactly in the same way. And add the plastic washer. There. And tighten that up just a bit. There it is. We have two almost ready pedals in their enclosures. So we said that's the negative and that's the positive, that's the negative and that's the positive. So the positive needs to go to the foot switch, which means I need to trim this piece of wire so it's not too long. I think this is long enough. Let's see, just like that. I usually don't add any heat shrink. I don't find it necessary. So I'm just gonna do the same this time as well. Here I'm thinning the wire. And for the LED I need to use some flux. There. I'm just adding some solder to the LED. This piece of wire is too long, but I think it's okay for this purpose. I can bend the LED leg like that. Hope it doesn't break. It's not going anywhere, it's not moving, so it's fine. Now these two have to cross like this. So since they're like this, they have to cross to reach the input and the output, because the input of the pedal is here on the right and the output is on the left. So they have to switch in order to do that. Maybe I should turn it around like this. So it's shorter. But then this one is gonna have to go in this way, so it's long again, but they can both be in the same orientation, I suppose. Like that. Okay, I'll do it like this. I'll have shorter wires anyway, so it's fine. Okay, now let's connect the input to the input. This is probably too long still. Come on, man. Okay. That went well. Now let's solder the positive terminal to the input jack. And again, I'm gonna have to use some flux here as well. And let's add some to the other one while we're at it. Now it's starting to get messy. Like it's gonna get... the soldering station stopped again. Now it's gonna start to get messy because all of these wires are gonna be so short that it's gonna be very hard to navigate and move around. But we're gonna figure it out. It's not gonna be that much of a problem. So I'm gonna finish soldering the LED. So that's finished. The input and the output jacks. And then I'm gonna move on to the other pedal so I can replicate what I did here on the other one. So that's how we're gonna proceed. The soldering station says it's heat up. So let's add that there. And we also have to be very careful here not to touch the plastic enclosure because it's plastic and it's gonna melt. So that's also something we need to worry about. Okay. That's pretty good. Make sure that it's not overlapping too much or something like that, but it looks fine. So let's solder this as well. This is the input jack. Then we're gonna have to solder the negative terminals to ground. Okay, that looks fine as well. Now we can proceed with the other one. So first order of business is to add some flux, which I just removed with my fingers. Okay. And cut this to size. I'm not being too careful here because I already did this once and I'm pretty sure this is an okay length. Maybe it's even too long, which is not a problem. Okay, let's solder it to the LED. Oops. Okay, I want to add a bit more solder in there. Okay, I think that's fine. So this wire can go right under the input jack, like so. And then this is the negative that goes to the PCB. Now we can move on to soldering the input jack and the output jack. And again, I'm going to use some flux here. And let's figure out how long we want the cables to be. So this one goes there, this one goes here. And I remember I moved those, I turned them around like so I can solder easier. Let's just cut a random amount of wire. And same for here, random amount of wire. It's not too important now because we already have enough length. So this one is supposed to go there, this one is supposed to go here. Not to mix those up. Okay, that one is done. Now the other one. Like so. Now this is where I start to make mistakes, because I get stuck on the details and then I lose motivation to finish stuff. But I think the live stream is motivation enough this time, otherwise I would have probably left this for some other time, like later maybe. But it's all good. There we have it. Now we have to connect the grounds of the input switches together, and then one of the input switch should come to the DC jack's ground. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut a small piece of wire, which is gonna go from this pin to this pin. So this is probably enough. Like so. And then it's gonna go from one of the pins to the DC jack. So applying some flux there as well on the other pins. Now I just have to make sure they're in the right orientation, because later if I decide to turn them, I'm gonna have to have enough wire left, enough wire length left, so they would turn. Okay, there's one soldered. And now I want this one to go under that one and into the hole. Like so. Let's solder that. yeah, there's enough room for me to swivel them around and figure out in which position I want them. So that's fine. And then I guess I'm just gonna use this one here to bring it to the DC jack, which is also fine. Now I need a wire from the middle pin of the pot to this middle pin of the jack, of the switch here. So I don't remember why I didn't add it, but I'm gonna do it now. So I'm gonna take a blue piece of wire, cut it approximately to length, and then I'll solder it to the potentiometer and then to the foot switch. I think that's gonna be easier because the foot switch is higher in the enclosure. So let's do this. Let's pre-tin the wire. What didn't I do on the other enclosure though? Is it just the ground? Okay, I'm gonna come back to it later. So let's hold this wire here. And try to tin it. Okay. And now let's solder it to the middle of this pot. Okay, perfect. It worked flawlessly, I might add. So this is supposed to go like this into there. So this is extra. Okay. And I'm just gonna position it in there so I can touch it with my soldering iron. Like so, and just a touch on this side as well. And that's perfect. That's good enough. Now I can wiggle it in place somewhere. Okay, like so. Let's go back to the R1 and connect the grounds of the two input and output jacks, audio jacks. Let's add some flux to them. And then later I would have to take a piece of wire and connect it directly to the DC jack. Now here's where I might run into an issue, but no, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Let's see where I placed the black wire in the other one. It's under everything. Okay, so this one, we'll move it out of the way. And this one is gonna go, as we said, under everything. Like so. And let's just solder it real quick. And we're very close to trying out the pedals and seeing if they actually work, testing the sound. There's a lot that can go wrong during a live stream, so hopefully everything is gonna be fine this time. Or any other time, for that matter. Okay. I have the ground wire soldered, which is perfect. And now what was left to do? What were we supposed to do? What did I do on the other one? I connected the volume pot. Okay, middle pin to the middle pin. This is a piece of wire which hasn't been tinned yet, so that's what I'm gonna do now. Okay, good enough. Let's solder it to the audio pot. It's this one. Okay. And this is the output of the circuit, basically. Now let's see how much wire am I supposed to leave. So I want it to go down like that. Okay, so right about here. It's okay to have a little extra. It's not a problem per se. That one goes there. We'll move these ones out of the way just a bit. And this one should go right in there. Let's add some solder. And now we're right at the part where we need to add the PCB and connect everything else. Now this is a bit scary for me, personally. Because I have very big fingers and working in tight spaces is excruciating. However, here's the enclosure before we add the PCB. Now, let's see. So this one, if we say that the 9-volt and ground are on that side, the PCB is gonna go somewhere around here, most likely. So I'm gonna start with the most far away, what do you call them, wires, and work my way in. So here I'm just gonna pre-tin these two wires that are gonna go to the volume pot, and I'm gonna solder them. Afterwards I'm gonna solder the gain pot wires. I think that's what I'm gonna do for this one. If I find it to be very hard, I'm gonna switch it out for the next pedal, just to figure out my process here, figure out which way is the best to proceed. Now this goes in this way. This is for the 9-volt. That's gonna stay for later. Now let's solder these two. Now it's easy to work with the PCB like this when nothing has been soldered yet, but I think it's gonna be a bit harder for the next wires that are coming. So this was pretty simple. I soldered the volume A and volume B wires to the volume pot, which is fine. I'm gonna leave the LED one for later because it's gonna have to be much shorter. The input is gonna go in there, so I'm just gonna cut it to size like so, but I'm gonna solder it a bit later. Okay, so I'm gonna do the pot now as well. The middle one, we can figure out which one the middle one is easily, and I'll just cut these there. But for the other two, I'm not pretty sure, so I'm gonna just wing it and then we'll see later. And maybe I'll remember this for my next builds. So I'm gonna solder the middle one first. Actually, I'm gonna tin them first. Okay. Tinning. Also, I'm getting pretty hungry, so we'll see. Maybe we'll leave the actual sound test for later. We'll just check if it works and everything. But maybe I'll do another video for the sound test. But we'll see how it goes. Okay, these are pre-tinned, just like the pot pins. That's the input we said. These are those. Okay, so I'll solder the middle one first because it's cleaner that way, just to know which one is the middle one. Like so. And then I'll just follow the basic layout. So I'll solder the right one on the right, left one on the left. If it turns out that that's not the right orientation, I'll just switch the right one and the left one. Okay, almost there. Almost there. Now what's left is to connect a ground pin from one of the jacks, the input and the output jacks, to the DC jacks ground, connect the LED to the LED and connect the input to the input, and the rest is what? History? Sure. Okay, that's perfect. Let's see. So I think I'm gonna solder the LED first, and that will kind of walk down the PCB in just one tight position. So that means I should probably just solder a ground wire first. Yep, I should do the ground wire first. So I'll use this pin and just kind of slide it in there with the other one, if I'm able to. Okay, maybe I'll add a touch of bit more solder. Like so. That's pretty good. Whoops. And I'll just leave it hanging like that and I'll take care of it a bit later. And now I can go back and solder the LED. This one can go from here, like so. This one can go from here, like so. Okay, if I have forgotten something, we'll go back and review it, but I think we're doing pretty good for now. Okay, excuse me, I'm a bit under the weather, so I'm making some noises. This one can be just a tiny bit shorter, like so. And let's just solder it in there. I think that's the right place. Okay, that's perfect. Now what's left is to solder the 9 volts and the ground to the DC jack. So this one, I'm just gonna release it just a bit so I can turn it. Did that do anything? Okay, there we go. So this one on the top is gonna be the ground. That means this is more than enough ground wire for the input jack, like so. And then this one as well is going to be ground, which means this is more than enough for that. Okay, now maybe I can twist these two around like so and insert them in the ground hole together. I think this will work. And now let's apply some solder. That's pretty good. I think my soldering station is set to too high for this, to a too high temperature for this, so I'm just gonna lower it because I see the jack started to move just ever so slightly. Now let's do the positive. So for the positive one, I think this is more than enough. And I'm gonna have to leave a bit more wire here so I can kind of twist them together. And just pass them through that hole. Okay, this turned out much better than I expected. Now my solder is not melting so good, but on this temperature, I suppose it's fine. Okay, now before gluing down the PCB, I'm gonna plug it in to see if the LED turns on. This is the moment of truth. Let's see. So these are the power supplies that I have. They're just normal 9-volt adapters. And hopefully nothing breaks with the things I'm doing here. Okay, so let's plug it in. And we have power. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. So, should we go and test it, or should we... why does it look like this? I think it's fine. Should we finish the other one, or should we go and test it? What do you think? I'll wait for you to respond, and while you're responding, I'll work on the other one. Look at this one. This one isn't even started yet. Okay. Let's see. This is for power. This is for output. We need a piece of wire for ground. There we have it. Let's solder it now. Add some more solder. Okay, that's gonna be power and ground. And now I think we can continue with the other PCB. So it's gonna go in this way. And let's do the same thing we did previously. We can solder the volume A and B. Let's see how they go here. So volume B is on the left side of the pot currently. I'm just gonna do the same for now, I guess. So let's trim it. Let's cut it down to size and add some solder to the tips. Okay, so B goes on the left side. That's what we agreed on. That's fine. And A goes on the right side. Okay. Sounds about right. What else? So we said power and ground go there. These three are for that one. Okay, I think they are probably the right size already. Let's do it like this. And the final one. Okay, let's tin them. So the middle one goes in the middle. Let's not make that mistake. That's why it's going in first. Middle one goes in the middle, and then the other two follow naturally. Left on the left, right on the right. Worst case, I have to flip the left and the right, which is fine. Okay, and finally the right. Tight spaces. Okay, those are fine. Here's the LED. Okay, this is in the wrong orientation. Never mind. The LED string or wire is here. Let's thin it and solder it. Okay. That's fine. Perfect. Now what's left is input, output, and ground for everything, and we are done with this build. I'm probably gonna build a bunch more of these. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it live though, because it takes a lot of concentration out of the job, let's say it, and I might make some mistakes and whatnot. So yeah, it's definitely harder building these pedals while also speaking and talking and communicating. Okay, so ground with ground, power with power, ground with ground, power with power. Something like that. Let's move the power here to the side and grab the grounds together. Let's wrap them around. So the grounds will go in here. I'm sorry you can't see anything that I'm doing, but this is very a very tiny space. The enclosure, I mean. And that's probably all that I can show you. Okay, those are the grounds soldered in there. Now what's left are the powers. Okay, let's loosen this up a bit so I can turn it like so. I can see the ground ones touching ever so slightly on the power pins, which is definitely not good. Got it handled. Let's try to add a bit more solder on this side as well. Okay, that's fine. And for the power, it needs to go there. Just cut these to make them shorter. That's one. That's two. Twist them together. And here they go inside the positive terminal. Now again, I'm wiring the DC jack in the opposite way that it should be, just because my adapters are wired in that way. Normally in guitar pedal power supplies, the positive is on the outside and the negative is on the ring, and on my power supply it's the other way around, so that's why I'm wiring them sort of differently. And there we have it, one more pedal is built. Let's check. Let's check whether this one turns on as well. So we are hoping for a yellow LED. Let's see. Yes. Now the light is too bright here with my lights, but the LED is pretty bright as well. Okay, let's go ahead and do a simple sound test. Like, let's turn them on before committing to gluing them and everything else. Let's just quickly turn them on and see if they work. This is my testing phase. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit weird, but let's see. There's some light. There's a microphone. So here's the microphone that I'm using to talk to you on. I'm gonna position it somewhere close to where everything is happening. I hope I can. Okay, there it is on the ground there. And I can't really see what you see, but that's all right. Here are the new pedals. And this is an older build. This is a delay pedal actually. I built this a few days ago, like yesterday or the day before that. It's very cool, at least to me. Let's take one of the caps, maybe even both of them. I'll just place them like so, just so they don't touch the ground. Okay, so this is the guitar input. This is the amp output. Turning the amp on, and I'm getting the guitar. Let's see. This is the guitar input. So this is the first pedal. Let's see. I have my amp set to the clean channel with all the effects, everything off. Let's see what's going on. There's some small buzzing I hear, but I think that's just from my electricity. That's the clean, the bypass sound. Let me get a pick. Oops. Gotta position myself somehow. Okay, everything is on 0. Now I'm on the pedal. Okay, turns out they are wired the other way around, so I'm gonna have to desolder them, the pots, and solder the wires backwards. So now everything is on 0. This is supposed to be volume. Now this is the volume on max. Okay, that's the volume on max. Now let's turn on some of the gain. Let's turn on some more gain. And some more gain. And some more gain. This is the gain. This is the gain on max. Okay, that's the first pedal. Now let's test the other one, and it's probably gonna be wired the same way. So I'm gonna have to flip the A and B on the pots, which doesn't really matter that much at this point because we're still building it. Like, it's not totally glued together, so it's all fine. So I'm just gonna turn these all the way to the max, assuming that's the 0 amount of volume and gain. Okay, so here's the true bypass. Where's the pick? Okay, that's the true bypass. Turning the pedal on, there's no sound. We need to increase the volume. Now, turns out for this one, the gain is set on the right side. So if you turn it to the right, it gets more gain. If you turn it to the left, there's no gain. But the volume is on the other way. So there's no volume when it's all the way to the right. There's the most amount of volume when it's all the way to the left. Okay, we can conclude that the pedals do work indeed. That's too much gain. Okay, let's go back to the workbench. Let me not forget. So, one of the pedals, this one, has the volume wired wrong, and this one has both of them wired wrong. Let me just kind of remember that somehow. If I forget it, I'm gonna have to test again. And I don't want to do that. So let's figure out this one first. The volume is wired in the wrong way. So this might be a bit tricky now with all the wires, but I think it's fine. We can work around it. So this one needs to go there, and this one needs to go there. Okay. Okay, perfect. I think this one is fine. I'm just gonna do a quick test, and I'm gonna come back and see what we can do from there. Okay, everything is perfect. So now we can proceed to close up the box and finish it. So first I'm gonna tighten everything until it's pretty neat so it doesn't move. So tightening the DC jack, then I need to tighten the input and output jacks, like as much as they would normally go. I don't want to over tighten them and break them. So you'll feel the point where it's good enough, like so. Then we need to tighten the pots, which are probably pretty tight already. Okay, and finally the foot switch. Okay, that's perfect. Now, how do we close up this box? Let's get you over here closer. The way to do it is to first figure out where exactly to place the PCB. Now, all the cables I want to go underneath the PCB, and I have to make sure that this highest capacitor is not touching the enclosure or anything else. So most likely it will have to go right next to the what is it, the input jack, right next to it, right over there. Like I used to place it on the other side. Now I don't know why I placed it in this orientation, but I used to place it the other way around, where you can see the logo when you open the box. I don't know what happened this time. I probably forgot, or it's due to the live stream or something. But yeah, I'm gonna have to position it so that it doesn't touch anything. Now, most likely I'm gonna do it here on the right side because of the connection points that I can make here. So I'm gonna just start my hot glue gun and start applying some glue over there. And basically I'm touching the board just so the capacitor there is right under the lid, so it doesn't touch. And we don't need too much of hot glue, just enough to kind of hold it in place. I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. You probably wouldn't toss your pedals around too much, so I think everything is gonna be fine for any type of user. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit while it cools down, and I can actually place it here under, behind the fume extractor, which produces cold air on that side, which will cool down the hot glue faster. And I think that's it. Now for the other one, I still have to fix it a bit more. And we just place the cap like so. And we use the normal screws, threaded M3 12mm screws that come with normal pedal boxes. Now I don't have any of those handy. Actually I do, I just lied to you. I'm just gonna use 2 of them in case I need to open it up again. But other than that, this pedal is pretty much done, and we need to add the caps for the potentiometers. We'll pick some good ones and we'll add it like that. Okay, so for this one I'm just gonna add the 2 screws just in case I need to open it up again and so on. And placing these screws in the plastic the first time is very hard, because the plastic is a bit tighter and it has to eat around it. The screw has to eat around the plastic to thread in. And it's also hard the last time when the plastic is no longer there and you have to figure out a way how to close it without the screws. So yeah. Okay, we're almost there. There it is. It's pedal. Oh, let's look for some cap. So I'm gonna use these white ones that I've been using. They're more cream than white because I started using them for my distortion pedal, and I chose the black ones for my delay. So I think I'm gonna keep it like that for now, unless I change my mind and pick a different set of keycaps for my, let's say, production line. So everything is at 0. I'm just gonna screw it right there. Okay, now I need to make sure that they are sort of aligned. Let's see, like that. Yeah, probably something like that. Okay, both at 0, they look pretty much aligned. One at 0, one at 100. That's what it looks like. You're probably gonna want it something like this, I suppose. That's how I like it, I guess. Now let's... this one is finished. Like, you wanna take it? Get it. Let's look at the other one. Now this one, I have to switch both of them. So both the A and B for the gain potentiometer, and then both of the A and B for the volume potentiometer. My soldering station has died, but I'll heat it up again. Okay, no problem. Okay, the soldering station is ready. Let's fix this bad boy. Or girl, whatever you like, I guess. Okay, the A and B is all there. And now for the other one, R1. Now this might be a bit trickier, but I think it's fine as well. Oops. So first we desolder one of them, then we take the other one, desolder it, and solder it on the other side. And this is the way we can make sure that we don't mistakenly solder it back in the same place. Okay, now this is gonna be just a bit trickier. But there it is. It's all done. Just another quick test to make sure that everything is as it is supposed to be. And we're closing this up as well. All's well, my friends, everything is perfect. Now we need to close it up. So first, again, let's tighten up the pots. Like so. Tighten the pots. Okay, tighten the DC jack. Make sure it's in the right orientation. Perfect. Tighten the input and output jacks. Okay, that's as far as they go. Now the other one. And finally the foot switch. Okay, that's pretty tight. Now we need to glue the PCB, and I decided to glue it here to the right side, so I'm gonna do the same for this one as well. Just make sure there are no wires where we can catch them. And I'll just press it there on the side, like so. Everything else looks normal, looks fine. And let's add the hot glue. Okay, that's perfect. More than enough. And let's cool it down with the fume extractor. Now one more thing, when I was pressing the wires right now, I saw one of the wires for the input is kind of moving around, so I'm just gonna apply a bit more solder to it. Other than that, I think everything else is pretty good, it's fine. Everything is fine. Okay, let's add the solder right over here. This didn't really take, so I'll just apply a bit more hot glue. Maybe there was some dust or something. Who knows? Okay, it's ready. Okay, I think that's more than enough now. We'll just wait for it to cool down and we can close up this pedal as well. Let me prepare 2 more caps. While we're waiting for the hot glue to cool down, we can... Actually, it's already cooled down. Never mind. It's ready to be shipped off. We just put the cap on. Let me clean it up a bit. Has some stringing from the 3D printer. Pretty normal. I'll just clean it up a bit and we'll be ready to install it. There we go. Finally, second pedal built on this live stream. Let's add the caps to make it. Actually, let's screw it in place first. So just 2 screws this time. Maybe I'll have to open it up and do something with it. So I'll just add 2 screws to hold the back plate on. If you got a supplier for me for these types of screws, let me know. I can't find them anywhere, so I have to order them online from somewhere. So if you have a supplier, let me know. There we go. We're at the finish line. How long has it been? 4 hours and 15 minutes. We have built 2 guitar pedals together in 4 hours and 15 minutes with a couple of short breaks, but otherwise it's a pretty good time. You know, if you're building the pedals on your own, you're probably a bit more focused, or at least I am. I think I can get them down in like 30-40 minutes per pedal. I'm not sure, but that's what I think. But as I can see, it takes me like 2 hours per pedal, so that's pretty good as well, I suppose. Okay, let's see. There we have it. That's volume on 0, volume on 100. Looks pretty good, pretty centered. So we just built 2 pedals together. How are you feeling? I hope you learned a lot. I hope I learned a lot as well. And it's been pretty good. It's been amazing. I had some fun. I also got pretty tired and pretty hungry. But I hope you enjoyed it. So I'm probably gonna post this live on YouTube so you can rewatch it whenever you wish. Stay tuned for the actual YouTube video for these guitar pedals. It's coming really soon, like maybe by the end of this week. So stay tuned for that. And that's it, I suppose. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. And yeah, the pedals are gonna go on sale on my website somewhere. I don't know the price for them currently. I'm gonna have to do some maths and I'll figure it out. But you can get your own pedal like this, handmade by myself. So you can support the channel, enjoy your guitar more, I guess. And that's all. That's all. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Risto, and I will see you next time.